Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me loud? And if you can, great, because what a day we have in store. It's day three of the €480 buy-in into the Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty, live from the King's Resort in Roswell. My name is Acting Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this one. 75 players remaining now. Right, guys. Yeah, you're saying you can't hear me too well. I'm just going to try alter some settings, and I'll be back in one moment, please. All right, gang, let's try that again. Testing, 1, 2, testing. "69 players remaining now in the Pirates Poker Treasure." That's sounding a lot better to me anyway. Just rebooted the whole system. Gave it a fresh look. And off to the races we go. 3-bet coming from 280k from Gus Franson. A play on words perhaps for Gus Hansen. I'll be doing the punnery around here if I don't mind telling you. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this one. 69 players remaining. Average stack 2.7 million. Small blind is 25k. Big blind is 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. Can you hear me now? Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want to find out additional information about this event or the merchandise store or the resort itself, head over to the Kings Resort website. Hello to all the regs. Hello to the moderators. Apocalypse, Jewisello, Bird, all in the house. Apocalypse making a cheeky comment that it's not Dan's mic that's the problem. He's just really hungover from celebrating Rory winning. I do declare, I haven't had one morsel of Guinness, whiskey, beer, nothing. In about 10 days now, longer. Went out for 3 pints for the Grand National, all right. Other than that, nothing. It's gone now and I miss it. But yes, massive congratulations in order to Rory McIlroy. I'm hearing he's the talk of the town, talk of the country, talk of the world right now, really, in the sports realm. Orange chips are 5k, green chips are 25k, and white chips are 100k. All right, gang. 3 is the magic number. Can you hear me loud and clear? I am on a different internet now. Should be fine. Off to a bit of a rocky start. That's what I have a second internet for. The both have gone down momentarily. Must be a problem in the lines. As we fear, X-Man Dan is back in here. Bruce Lee with 111 gigs is our tournament feature table chip leader here with 31% of all the chips in play. And can I ask you, Jay Rosello and the rest, can you hear me better on this internet than the last one? Because this one is actually slower than the other one, but it seems to not active at the frequency. One for Bruce Lee. Gus Branson in second place with 65 big. Fellow with 58. The Sam Urtani Italiano with 46 big blind. Man from Mon with 38. Marco Valentino, who you might remember from last night, is second last in chips. So good. I'm just going to refresh the page. They're installing fiber broadband around our community. They seem to be taking their time about it, and it seems to be causing issues. I don't think it's going to be a mic issue as this is a brand new headset. And no pair, no cross, and someone forgot to pay their internet bill. I hope that's not the issue anyway. We'll see with a massive stack.
Bruce Lee raising to 125. With the king 8 off suit from the small blind. And Kulam is going to let the ace tree offsuit go. I think this is too much of a pass. Magic Elsa says now it's crystal clear. Well, long may it rain, because I'm going to put my head through this screen or jump out a window. Too much testosterone running through my body for a Monday. I've already done a workout, eating me steak and eggs, yoga, and meditated for you fine people at home, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. And then the internet decides to make a liar out of me. As Apocalypse says, this is much better now. Good. Goody gumdrops. Army mateys. How do pirates like to cook their steaks? On a barbecue. I'll get me coat. Joke's on you guys, I'm not wearing a coat. It's roasting outside. $75-minute levels today, indeed. Thank you, Johan, the main man. 63 players remaining now. All chasing the first prize tomorrow of €102,000. This was a €1.5 million guaranteed prize pool. They're all guaranteed a minimum of €1,675. Bruce Lee raises to 110. Marco 3 bets to 500k. With the ace deuce off suit. No pair, no draw in the house. Magic Elsa. Faint B. The usual suspects. I think I seen Stratos in there at the start. We did, of course. He hates work. Of course you do after being in Thailand, buddy. Hope your foot isn't too swollen today. Marco going for an extremely large 3-bet size, by the way. I don't believe it. Although, this probably looks stronger than jamming. He's put in almost half of his stack. What I'm wondering is if Bruce Lee shoves over the top, does Marco like fold? He's after putting in half his chips with a very dog shitty sort of a hand with just ace deuce off suit. Bruce Lee's gonna call! I don't believe it. Oh, absolute scenes here in the opening frame. This is why you just want to jam, call, or fold. The 3-bet to half your stack here. 7-5-3 is the flop. Now Marco looks like a genius with a good shot straight draw on the best hand. And I don't know if Bruce can release this now, really getting 3.5 to 1. Having said that, it is still 10 big blinds. What is going on here? It's actually 13 bigs total. And Marco gets that one through. In future, I think he's better off just jamming pre. I don't really get the reason for putting in half of our chips. Well, Perno Draw says yesterday was the hottest I've ever been in a casino. It was easily 75 Fahrenheit in the poker room. They usually keep those places ice boxes, but not yesterday. Sounds like you're in Vegas or something of the sorts. Bruce do not like to fold. Become like water. And since Rory won last night, Apocalypse, I'm sure you've got a few words of the day that have got to do with a champion. I've got plenty of pirate jokes. Arr. Apparently, draws. I think the aircon was not working correctly. Was it aircon or Con Air? So stupid. And the Magic yells out, wax on, wax off. Ah, Danielson. Karate Kid, one of my favorite movies growing up. Also, another one that I was watching with my nephews last week that needs an honorable mention was the original Dennis the Menace from 1993. What a movie that was. Don't speak. All right, then I won't. Name that tune. No doubt. Come on down. Queen 7-3 is the flop. Small blind against the big. 6-7 of clubs for Marco. Man with the King 10. He will take that one down. Just getting over to YouTube. Thank you for your comments, Houdini. Feel like we have resolved the ever-going mic issues, if only for a short while. No pair, no draws serenading us here at the Poker Room Kings on Twitch on this Monday afternoon. If you're just tuning in, we're live for the guts of an hour now. Day 3 of the €480 buy-in, the Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty. I think All the Time was the only person left in the chat box late last night. Must have been almost 4 a.m. That means it was nearly 5 a.m. at Kings. Don't tell me because it hurts. Today's word of the day is Northern Ireland homeland is the world's best golf and history maker, and it just so happens to also be the most country on earth. In addition, it's the third place as the best poker moderator on Twitch. Well, there's no praise. 61 players remaining out. $1,670 payout. Damn it, that's not going to be in my head all day. Yeah, that's what happens. And I think it's better to just rip that ace deuce offsuit, by the way, because the button Bruce Lee has like well over 100 bigs, and it's a mystery bounty edition. So massive bounties still in play, and therefore I think our hand plays better as a jam. In theory, in practice, it doesn't feel great to shove the unsuited varieties. Definitely don't want to fold. Could just call, but putting in half our stack and then hoping we don't get called. Risky business, to say the least. 60 big blinds is the average. Incredible deep stacked tournament taking place here with a 75-minute clock and so much chips in play. No, I've never been to the Giants Causeway. If you want to know the truth, I have never been to Northern Ireland. Confessions. Confessions at Kings. Let's start our own channel. King's Confessions. We've seen a lot of Italianos in this field. Last night, anyway. Does hit a full house on the river here. Double pair board on the Jack-Jack 8 deuce 8. The Bella's going to call for 150 on the river. By the way, we do have Netherlands, Austria, Germany, Israel, Italy, all being represented at this feature. I don't recognize any of the names at this feature table. They don't really stick out to me, apart from Marco Valentino, who got a very lucky double up late last night with sixes against aces. But the story of last night was Gennaro, so keep your eyes peeled for that guy, because he was opening 7 deuce, won a huge pot with, and then opened 7-3 offsuit the following hand. He was 3-betting hands like 8-7 offsuit, 9 deuce offsuit, squeezing from the big. Very, very entertaining stuff indeed. Puckle says an Irish giant gets challenged to a fight by a Scottish giant. Ben and Donner, and he built the causeway to Reed, Scotland, also throwing a piece of Ireland into the sea as a stepping stone. That land became the Isle of Man. And do you believe that we had giants roaming around, or is it just a fabricated tale of old asking for a friend? He's a big man, that's for sure. Casino says Queen Deuce of Diamonds folded on the button. Yeah, you will see. Just because you've got a suited picture card on the button doesn't make it a mandatory open. I didn't really comment on that because standard enough fold at times. Yes, I've seen Andre the Giant. Any man that's able to drink 72 cans of beer in the back of a van on the way to a wrestling show needs an honorable mention.
The Eternal Draw says it is the ghost beer drinker. Great feel good song playing in the background. Fire. And the small blind 75, 73.
And Hichem Iashi is going to bet 75k here. Bruce Lee with the Queen Deuce. Hichem is going to check the turn. The river is the 9 of hearts. Bruce Lee will be trying to win a showdown here with just Queen High. Unless he's got other ideas. Hitchin wants to go for a blockerish type sizing here. Maybe like 200k. Goes for 250. Bruce Lee is fearless. They just fold on this occasion. As No Pair No Draw says, there are accounts of him drinking over 100 beers on a single flight. Even if it was light beers, it would take me 5 days to drink that much back in my 20s. When I could actually drink like that today, it would take me 2 weeks to drink that much. Yeah. He did have giantism, to be fair to the fella. It's an unfair advantage, really. As Pocket says, Chuck Norris is on the other table. He will be scared soon. Yeah, I'd say there's a few pirates lurking around the place, all right. Arr! Gus Franson min raising from the cutoff. Bruce Lee calling from the small blind, and Kulam there's no pair, no draws. He did weigh 3x what I weigh, so a few curse words could have kept up with him back in the day. Well, he's gone now and we miss him. His strength knew no bounds, really. Gus betting 120. Bruce Lee calling 120. It is Kulam with the best hand. Backdoor flush draw working for him with his top pair. I think this is an ideal spot to just move all in. Personally. It's risky business. Seeing a turn that could bring a diamond, a lot of overcards. I think we just want to protect our hand. If we get called, then so be it. We can be ahead of some middling pairs, some straight draws, some flush draws. And now, on that deuce, it's very unlikely Bruce has a deuce. Deuce, Bruce. And Gus can't really have a deuce from the cutoff unless it's something like king deuce suited or ace deuce suited. Don't think ace deuce offsuit or king deuce offsuit is going to raise into Bruce Lee. But I have seen some stranger things happen in my day. Bruce just going to lead here on the turn. This doesn't make much sense to me. This guy is a scallywag and quite the character and one to watch in this tournament, playing about 100 bigs to start this hand. Does bet 600k. And now, what do you think he's going to do in this situation with his top pair, put in a very difficult spot, sandwiched in between Bruce and Gus? Do you think he's going to call or fold? All vote now. I would be inclined to call Bruce because I don't put him on a deuce. And if he has us out kicked with the 9, then say la vie. Having said all that, we have Gus to worry about behind us. And Bruce, his body language is indicating that he's a bit nervous here. He's in defense mode. And that's why I'd be more inclined to stack off. Kulam has read this correctly. See a couple of you putting in opinions saying a big mistake to fold here. Fold. This is why he should have gone all in on the flop. Against a character like Bruce Lee, it's easy for us to say when we can see the cards at home, but it is a difficult call to make knowing you've got a player to act behind you. All credit to Kulam here. He has took the time with his decision. He's been looking at his opponent, realized if he's beat, he's beat. has made the correct call and is now set to win a pot of 1.7 million unless he gets unlucky on the river. And there's the ace. Oh my God. Sometimes you can just do everything right. Everything just goes wrong. Personally, I think the way to play that one is to just get it in on the flop. Having said that, he's got his opponent to bluff on the turn with just 6 outs, any ace, any 10. That's going to hurt. That's going to stain. That's why we love and hate this game so much. Look at those amazing graphics in the background. King's production team going above and beyond for the viewers at home, tuning in from around the world. Brucey now playing 118 big blinds. Gus with 64, Hishem with 54, Bella with 52, Wissam with 49, Marco, Valentino, second last on the leaderboard, and Man Vom Mond with 36 bigs, but they are not short at all. They're playing healthy, average stacks in most events at Kings, 36 and 38 bigs. But the average stack, a whopping 3.3 million, which means it's close to 70 big blinds. The rich could be about to get richer. Bella raises to 110k, and now Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee's going to Hollywood. Eyes widened, leaning forward in his seat. All indicators that he likes what he sees. At the end of every river is the sea. Arr. They're out there fighting for the booty and the plunder. Bruce Lee does have the assassins. Very good. The Magic Elsa. I like that name for aces a lot. In fact, I might steal that one. Perhaps I have called the aces the assassins before. Now, 900k in the pot. We don't need to go too crazy here. Somewhere around 250 sounds good to me. Don't want to go too big, and that's too big. There's no reason to get carried away here. What are we protecting against? The flush draw? King, Queen, and King, Jack? That might hit 2 pair on the turn. We want to keep in middling cards. We have the deck crippled. Those middle pairs. Having said that now, if our opponent does have a king, he will call. But all those pairs like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, and queens. Queens might just 4-bet pre. 10s and jacks might just call. They are very deep, but it is Bruce Lee. And he does take down another pot, but needs to be careful making 500k c-bet there. 5 into 9, a bit too rich for my boots. Maybe he's not wearing boots. Maybe he's not even wearing shoes. Maybe he's wearing sandals. Ghost raises to 110. And Hisham going to 3-bet to 375 with ace-king suited. Puck says, well, we just had the American Airlines, now we have the Korean Airlines. Again, I think his 3-bet sizing going to be a little bit too big here in position. Wants to make that somewhere around 275, not 375. Now, you will see larger 3-bets because it's a Mystery Bounty edition, and they are ridiculously deep for a 75-minute blind level clock for the foreseeable. They might want to play some bigger pots. And for some reason, I thought we were playing till 24 players remaining, but that makes no sense. I reckon it's going to be down to 16 today, or possibly to the final table. I would say more likely to the final table. So this could be a very, very long day of poker. Hence why we want a big hold from the internet. I know it's a hot day out there, but light your candles. Say a little prayer. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Whatever you got to do. With Sam with Kings, man raising to 150 from the small with the 3-2 suited. Don't really like raising into a guy who has us covered with just 3 high, albeit suited. Especially in the Mystery Bounty edition. And if we are going to raise from the small, I think we need to make it more than 3x out of position. With Sam with Kings in the big. James Hill says only one big bounty in the pool. 4.5k remaining. Thank you so much for updating those in the chat for me. If anyone on YouTube's looking for all the information about what's happening with the bounties, the payouts, we're on Twitch, the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, or you can check it out on the website. We are on a 30-minute delay. May the best man win. Don't leave it in the hands of the judges. If you want to touch gloves now. Go back to your corners. Are you ready? Are you ready? Fight! My money's on Bruce Lee. However, I have been told Chuck Norris is at the outer table. So a lot of the bounties have been pulled. That should change the dynamics, class. If they all not have that information and they just know there's one 4.5K bounty remaining. You were telling me that the biggest bounty remaining is €4,500. Is that correct? 625 in the pot here with Hisham with ace 10, Marco with king queen, ace jack, 6 deuce. Oh, the biggest is still remaining. Okay. 100K bounty when first place prize money is 112K is insane. Yeah, it is insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Marco betting 375 there on the river. Getting picked off by Hisham, who's gaining traction, has won some big pots already at this feature. The 90K plus the 10K ticket is still there. Well, that changes everything again. So scratch everything I just said. I must have read the chat box wrong. WrestleMania next weekend. Dan might not be here on Monday. Let's wrestle. Let's wrestle. Wrestle my balls on your chin. I hope to God I'm not here next Monday either, Apocalypse. I have Alan filling in so I can go to the Irish Open. But a couple of things are still up in the air. I'm sure I won't be missing it. I don't know if I'll be watching WrestleMania. I hope to be knee deep in the Irish Open. Got about 2.5K from it last year and 36th place the year before. Be hoping to go one better. Bruce Lee betting 75K. Bella gonna call. Turn is the 10, giving the newts to Bella. I am a Key and Peele fan. The Magic Out said that's Shane Gillis, isn't it? Love me some Shane Gillis. He's got some amazing sketches on YouTube. Bruce Lee looks like he wants to attack this one. And Bella Ray's into 1 million. Bruce Lee will be forced to let this one go. I wouldn't have minded to just see a check back on the turn here from Bruce. Bella's going to have quite a strong range calling from the small blind that connects with this board. Hands like King Queen, Queen 10, King 10, King Jack, even though we blocked the King Jack, Ace Jack. You get my drift. And from the other player's perspective, perhaps we just want to call on the turn. Keep all the bluffs in from Bruce. He's shown a propensity to be one of the more aggressive players at this feature. He's got a lot of plunder and booty in front of him. And he can put those rubies to work. Arr. Blinds are up, folks. Small blind is 30k, big blind is 60k, with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. .56 players remaining now. There is a page on blooming. Soon to 2,100 euro. Ace King 8 is the flop. Check from Hishem, Bruce checking, and Bella. Time to bet, I think, somewhere around 175. Goes for 160. Bruce Lee with just a 10 high flush draw here. Bella is going to win with just queen high. The 8 rolling off, pairing the board on the river. I thought we might see Bruce Lee flick in a bet there, knowing this is the reason we don't really call the turn off in there with just 10 high. If we brick, very difficult to win the hand, and sometimes we're just going to lose if another club rolls off. So I would just prefer to fold the turn. All the time is in the house. Hi! Apocalypse is going on a 20-minute break so he can read his book. Happy reading, bookworm. Johan says if you call on the turn, you need to have a plan for the river if you don't hit. I agree, but that was a very bad river card. It paired the board. It's just ambitious to call on the turn there anyway, Johan. Both players with top pair here. Blind v blind action. Bruce against Ahmed. Ahmed Deeb from Palestine. $200K is the bet from Lee. Ahmed has him out kicked. Just wants to call. Keep the bluffs in from Bruce. Turns a 10. Two pair now for Ahmed. Top two. Bruce might try get some external value here from a straight draw or 4 or a deuce. A hand like ace 3, ace 5. Instead, just going to go into check call mode, I would presume. $380K is the bet from Ahmed. And I like this sizing with a bet of 380K. There's nearly $1 million in there now. If Bruce calls, stack to pot ratio is going to be basically 1-to-1. I actually might have gone just slightly north of 380, 420. And then it's exactly pot to pot on the river. But this is going to be totally fine. Don't like Bruce shoving here. Bit reckless. Recklessly. And he can't win. Just overplaying his hand here completely. And Ahmed Deeb winning a very, very nice pot and now playing 4.2 million. Christmas coming early for Ahmed. Very difficult to get called by worse there on the turn when he rips, unless it's like some sort of a combo draw. And if our opponent in the big blind does have a combo draw, that's the kind of hand we want him to continue barreling on. If he gets there, that's the way life goes. He's going to miss a lot, and then we get to call him down on the river. My go-to strategy would probably be to be bet with top pair a second time and reevaluate on the river. Some sort of a bounty's being pulled, but I can't see how much it was. I haven't been given any information to indicate that it's going to be a big bounty. Ahmed completing in the small blind here with 10-9 offsuit. Marco with a monster in the big ace-king. Pay jump has been reached, and both players here flopping the joint. Oh, we can see a lot of Hollywooding going on here. There are 2 hearts on board. Perhaps they want to play it fairly fast. Under the gun +1 against the big blind. Under the gun +1 going to have more ace jack than, or sorry, more king queen than the big blind in general. I think it's a big part of both players' range, really. Magic Al says, how can I reach these keys? Don says, hell nah. Imperial draw says, raise, all in, call, laugh, chop. Oh, Hollywood. We hardly knew you. They're both going to be Hollywood in here. A lot of live tells can be picked up from this one. If you get out your binoculars in time. They do get it all in on the turn. And they will be both disgusted to see they have to chop this one up, unfortunately. That's live. Better than a heart coming off and one of them losing to a flush, etc., etc. No harm, no foul. The world keeps on spinning. Let's go. Bruce Lee with ace jack. Min rays with a little bit of cheese on top. 1:30 to go. They put break up on the screen. They must know that I'm hungry. Well, we won't have a break just yet. Still about an hour to go. About 50 minutes as the crow flies. What a way to make me even hungrier. $155 is the bet from Ahmed. Gustav taking that one down with the king four. Diamonds raising from the button. Fella raising from the button with ace-7 of spades. Takes that one down. You're going to see a lot of raise and take it as well. A lot of players won't have played for this kind of money before. It is a €480 buy-in, but over 100 grand for the winner and some massive bounties still in play. Pressure is on, lights, camera, action, and you only make so many good decisions in a day. Players will be tired. Nerves will be at them. Ace King of Hearts here for Man Vom Mond. I'm going to call from the big, and Bruce going for it with a very wide call from the small with the 7-4 offsuit. Don't try this at home. And he will just take that one down with the ace king. Man, under the gun with ace five of spades. Marco going to complete from the big blind with king three of hearts. Flop is king, queen, six. This board going to favor the under the gun range more so than the big blind's defending range. But it is Marco with the best hand, albeit with a very bad kicker. And Marco's just going to take that one down right here, right now. No messing around with his top pair. Hits him from the hijack with ace four. Bruce Lee going to call from the cutoff with queen nine of spades. Flop is jack nine six. Hisham's going to check. Bruce is going to check back. I actually expected to see him bet, but he will turn trips. $600K in the pot. We do see a bet and a call. And Hisham with a pair now wants to go for blockerish sizing. Sometimes it's ambitious, but there are missed clubs, missed diamonds, missed straight draws. Wants to bet something around 150, 175. Goes for 185. Bruce Lee just deciding how much to raise. Make it look like he's the one with the busted draw. I would make it somewhere around 550, 650, something around that area. 550 is the raise. And a man of Bruce Lee's caliber, aka Scallywag, fighting for every pot, well capable of bluffing, could have a lot of missed draws that are raising here to try get a weak hand like a 6 or a weak jack to fold, perhaps. Maybe even some ace highs would have to go in the muck that we're trying to buy the pot. I wouldn't be shocked to see Hitcham call this one for this price. It's 365 into 1.335 million. Having said all, you will lose a considerable portion of the time. With 9, a strong jack. What do you think he's going to do? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. There you see it. Hitcham's going to call. Gets the bad news. Bruce scoops the booty. And is now playing 63 big blinds. See, Bruce getting paid there because he is capable of bluffing on that river. We would see the ace-4 fold quicker, I think, against a different opponent. Bruce's VPIP must be at least 42%. No pair, no draw agrees with me. I think he calls just because of the opponent. That's the thing about playing these aggressive styles. Show a bluff. Show you're capable. That's the image when you play it that way. That's when you can get paid. It's like if you've got a tight image, you can get away with more bluffs. You've got a loose image, you can get called. Easier. There's a name I recognize. Yappa Snap. Oi, oi, Danny, man. G'day, chat. How are we all? Hello, Yappa Snap. The dingo ate my baby. How are you keeping, mate? There's a shark in the water. There's more than sharks in the water today. We've got pirates in the water, mate. Pirates, mystery, bounty, treasure. With trips here on the river. I'm just with King High. 300k is the bet from Wissam. Wissam going to bet 300k and take this one down. Snaps the stub my little toe on the corner of the wall today. It was bloody sideways. Had to snap it back into place, mate. Always loves his welcome into the stream. Well, we don't have many people from down under tuning in. So when they do, we have to give them a warm welcome, and the Australian accent is a hoot, let's be honest. Nice to have you with us, Yap Snap. We've got pirate puns and jokes going on in the stream today. Well, I try not to put my head through the screen or jump out the window. There's 2 players remaining now. 2,100 euro is the current payout. Nine's taking that one down. You're tuning in, Yappa Snap. We are playing a 75-minute clock for today and tomorrow, and players are very, very deep. So Yappa Snap says, at the cast on the weekend, a flop nice hard flush. Went all in at about $70, mate. 4 people calling, I lost to a straight flush. Bloody hell, mate. That's awful. Things can only get better. We don't like bad beats on the channel, but that is a very bad beat. I'll allow it. What do you think, Johan? No ban, says Johan. Goes out flopping man here. And 5 of clubs against the pocket threes. Says, and we're back. Oh, we're so back, baby. 125 is the bet from Gus on the turn, and man wants to call one. One with the trays. Queen spades rolling off on the riv. $2.75 is the bet now from man. I expected to see a check back from the pocket trees. Obviously, this is designed to make a 5 or a 7 fold. I don't think it's going to work. Usually, just check back this river. Does get called. We'll get bad news that his pocket trees are no good. Doesn't look too happy about it. But the screw champ that's back. I don't think he's got that one right. Yeah, but Sam says I do the action better than the most. Yeah, sometimes then I just can't do it. My brain just won't work. It was right if the ball paid, mate. When it didn't, I was licking my lip. Not my night on Saturday. And so many hard chains. Well, things can only get better. And the only way is up. The only way out is true. Get another shrimp on the barbie and forget about it. Advice. Although I'd rather a steak on the barbie now, personally. Loads of red meat, raw and wriggling. Although a bit of surf and turf sounds good to me, mate. God asked, where did I learn to talk? Shrine. And I don't know. Used to watch a lot of Steve Irwin on the TV when I was growing up. I presume shrine is slang word for Australia or something. Or what? What am I missing here? Christian 3 bets to 350 and gets called by Bella. 675 is the top two diamonds.
And what's going on here? Itcham decides to get it in on the turn, and Bella's going to call with the ace of diamonds. This is the biggest pot of the day. The fourth diamond rolls off. The deuce of diamonds. That all happens quick. Bella winning a gigantic pot and now playing 92 bigs, and Hisham losing a chunk of change there. That all was rapid. Calls it all in. Just the king high flush draw. Out of blinds to call off. Definitely a blow up of sorts. Gotta remember, this kind of an event, guys came to gamble. Just because the average stack is 70 big blinds or so doesn't mean they're not going to get it in willy-nilly. Avasana says it's 10 row, but Win is killing it at the moment. He's won everything in Australia. Yeah, heard that. I think it's great that he's following on his father's legacy that was cut so short by a stingray. Got to be careful of those stingrays. Only a sharks and whales in the water, mate. It's also a pretty big call. Well, coming from just the ace of diamonds. Let's raise the 120 with the queen jack of spades, and Ahmed with ace queen off suit in the big blind. I don't think he misread his hand, by the way. He just wanted to gamble. Pot was pretty big, and he just wanted to try hit a diamond. So Gus is going to call. Going to flop an open ender now, and over $1 million in this pot. Ahmed wants to bet here
Wants to bet about 350. Decides to just check. I would prefer to see him bet because he's got more King X in his range. Like hands like King Queen, Ace King. And Gus gets a free look at the turn, and he's got to like the look of that. Ahmed is a bit nervous as to what to do here. He went to bet, he went to check. He's got his mouth around, his hands around his mouth, touching his face. All indications that he's unsure of himself. Does bet small on the turn. You see, if we're going to bet small on the turn, I would prefer just to keep telling the story on the flop. We block hands like Ace King and King Queen, which is very important once we've 3-bet pre. Gus gets a free look at the turn card. Not that he would have been folding on the flop or the turn anyway. Now hits the flush on the river, and Ahmed is forced to give up. Now Gus has to decide how much he can get paid. The way Ahmed has played his hand, he might call with a 10 or a weak king, but it's unlikely that a king checked on the flop. So if we cap our opponent, I think we only want to bet somewhere around 650. Yeah, goes for that kind of size, and 730 is the bet. And now Ahmed can only beat a bluff. Does have chips in hand. That 4 as well, pairing the board. Not that that matters too much the way this is played out, but it is just another observation to take away. Am I going to be forced to fold? Really can't beat much, and does let it go. Gus wins himself a nice pot, now playing 72 big blinds. Right, folks, we've got 2 hands left before the break, and just as well because I am ravenous. It's not going to be the longest of breaks. Let's see how much food I can stuff into my mouth on the break. Yeah, Snap said such a bullshit way for him to go. Stingrays aren't even known to be aggressive. Ever since that happened, stingray has become a term to describe someone negatively. Oh, I love that. He's just a bloody stingray. I'm going to have to write that down. That's brilliant. Snap wants to know what's on the menu. Well, I've prepared some steak and eggs, but I got to cook the eggs. Actually, It's not steak. It's leftover roast beef. But getting all this done on the pan and into my mouth without burning my mouth inside of 15 minutes is not going to be an easy task. But sign me up, big boy.
Walker says of all the ways you'd expect me to go as well. Shark shot, all sorts of animals we wouldn't have been surprised by. Yeah, he laughed in the face of danger. That's because he had an understanding of animals, unlike most people on this planet. Hard to believe David Attenborough just turned 99, by the way. I know that's a bit of a side note, but he could have easily got eaten by something who's 99 years on the planet. Only some potatoes in the oven. We can add that to my roast beef and eggs. That'd be great.
Queen 4, 6, 10 is the board. Gus betting 125 here with the nut flush. Bruce calling. I don't like Bruce's call pre, by the way. It's going to be way too wide. Don't try this at home. Lee going to win this one with a 4. Will be chuffed with himself. And we are going to have one more hand before the break. What a fun opening 2 levels it's been. Very fun players at this feature table. We will see some action here. Bruce Lee with ace queen suited. Wizam with ace king. The original opener. We could see a big pot developing here. Last time before the break. 3-bet to 330k. Very small 3-bet from Bruce, considering he was making it a lot bigger earlier. He is in position. It is an under the gun open, and they are very deep. Ahmed with a nice hand on the button, but facing an open and a 3-bet. Wants to just be putting this one into the muck. Bruce Lee could have just called in position. Sometimes just want to call. Other times it's fine to 3-bet this one. With the suited variety, I'd be more inclined to just call. And the offsuit variety, I would be more inclined to 3-bet. Wissam is going to go for a 4-bet here to almost 1.1 million. You see that 4-bet is 18 big blinds total, and this puts Bruce Lee in a very tough position. But now that he's 3-bet his hand, Ahmed is called behind. Wissam is 4-bet. Most likely wants to put ace-queen suited into the muck. Very difficult for him to call now for an additional 765k, and 5-bet ripping without significant reads that your opponent is up to no good in the neighborhood would indicate that we have to fold, as painful and all as it is. Thems don't look like folding chips. He's piecing out a call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're a bit light there, buddy. Now the action's back on. Ahmed, 765 to call. Calling is contagious. There is nearly 2.7 million out there. But giving away a lot of information here. Clearly showing he's deliberating. And that means he's going to have a middle strand hand. And that is why you're going to see it go into the muck. Once he sighs like that and leans back in his chair, kind of has to fold. Jack A5 is the flop, and Wissam, he's not going to like that flop initially, but I think he just has to shove. Well, he could make it like 650 here. Perhaps shoving is a bit too much. Yeah, something like 650. Was for 630. And now Bruce Lee has committed a lot of chips to this pot. Backdoor spades working for him. Backdoor straight jaw working for him. Could have the best hand with ace queen. With Sam just with 1 million behind. Such an interesting hand developing here. Bruce, such a sticky player. Bruce will call almost 4 million in this pot now as we hit the turn. And Wissam is hating life with his ace king right now. Oh, whoa. Turn is a queen. Wissam only has 1 million and change behind. And Bruce Lee now has top pair, top kicker. As Slajo says, JFC, which means Jesus effing Christ. Wissam shoves, decides he's got too much invested. I can't blame him. Having said that, that turn is a card that's just going to hit Bruce Lee's range.com. Bruce has called. There's 6 million in this pot, and Wissam has 15% equity to remain in this tournament with 50 players remaining. River is the deuce of spades. Bruce Lee takes that one down. Now playing the guts of 7.5 million chips, and Wissam looking devastated. We're going on a break. I'm going to feed my face. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Okay.
You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of your screen.
I was just gonna say it must be an old movie.
What do you mean?
That's what they're playing for.
Just
Me
because you
not
don't know.
seeing it, me not knowing it.
I think it's 2000.
Okay.
Nicholas has a very real hand here. Type of hand that you could go either way.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go upstairs with it, though. That's the way he's gonna go.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow!
This is wildly unfortunate for Lena. They are deep enough that if Orpin picks a smaller size, which I imagine he will, Lena will feel very compelled to peel. C3 cards.
Did he just
Yeah.
call?
No, I believe he raised to 100,000.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat small sizing.
Yes. Well, he's in position. He doesn't have a full starting stack. He's representing a very strong range of hands. Now, of course, Orpin can have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited aces, something like that. But the type of hand he's saying that he has is ace, king, maybe jacks are better, something like that. Tens are better.
Oh, us that wouldn't mind jacks or tens. Kings, though, not so much. Let's see if Lena wants to put 60,000 in there. There's 154,000 in there, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1. But he's got to play the hand out of position.
This is one of those spots where you don't feel particularly good about your hand when your opponent puts in the 4-bet, but you still have a very, very high quality suited connector type of hand. So if you do see the flop and you're behind, a lot of good things can happen. And look at this price he's getting. It's only 60,000 more. It's not like he has to put in a tremendously significant portion of his stack or anything.
Hand 40. I've got some fireworks. I saw one heart, and I got a little bit excited for Lena, but the next two cards did not cooperate.
That was a real letdown of a window card, wasn't it?
Well, not if you're Orpin. Orpin's very happy with that flop.
Yes. Orpin knows Lena will just call out of the small blind versus a raise with stuff like pocket twos, pocket threes, even potentially pocket eights sometimes. And if that's the case, Orpin has nothing to be worried about. You know, every now and then his opponent's trapping with pocket aces, but if that's the case, he was going broke either way.
Tiny bet, just 40,000 in the 210. What do you do in these situations where you're getting a good price, your opponent hasn't bet much, but it kind of feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts? You're just going to take 40,000 here for it, and I keep getting the right price to call because, well, it's so cheap.
Well, if you're me, I personally don't like giving my opponents the pleasure of those paper cuts, so I tend to fold early on if I've noticed a trend of them doing that when they have it. For
But if you're Lena,
this is grounds for a check raise.
yeah.
And I want to pretend like my strategy is better, but time has shown that Lena is the guy with the better strategy almost every single time.
Yeah, it's so easy in poker to be results-oriented and look at this particular spot and go, well, what is he doing? But how often does his opponent just not have a hand?
Yeah. Even if your opponent has something like ace-king, ace-queen of spades, for example, they're in a really tough spot right away.
Yeah. Well, there's 534,000 in the pot, and both players with less than that.
Yeah, so Lena's decided it's time to wave the white flag here.
He can still check raise again.
You never know.
Never know with him.
I wouldn't put it outside of the spectrum of possibilities when it comes to Lena. I wouldn't expect it, but when you watch some of the best players in the world, you learn to expect the unexpected a little bit.
Oh, wow. The 5 on the river, which would complete the wheel if either player had an ace in their hand.
Yup. And so this is scary for both players, right? Because both players have a ton of aces in their range. But if you're Lena, this might be one of the worst hands that you have in general, so maybe you want to bluff this one. I'm, of course, wrong, and he decides to check.
Well, Orpin checked back the turn. It's going to go check, check.
Orpin had the check back face, didn't he?
You had the turn.
One time bank, please.
I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
Absolutely.
it's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for a talk, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable third barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from attack. And there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting, and Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but...
Yeah, the 4, he said. I have 4. 4.
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Fox and raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
Look at this flop.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also, these monotone flops are ones that you want to be very careful in your approach. Certainly have to respect the fact that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him, I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but...
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Oh, Azak finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back, that is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went 75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. I'm not saying she does, but it's a possibility. Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
All right, gang, just back in time. See the all in, the nines against the aces. I sound like Stevie from Malcolm in the Middle. Gus will take that one down, eliminating Marco Valentino. Magic Elsa said, did I run to get to the mic? Something like that, all right. How did you know? How could you guess? So turn the pan on. Go out and feed the dog. Make sure he had water because it's very hot. Back in. Reheat the roast beef. Make the avocado. Fry the eggs. Get a cup of tea. And then try eat it all. Malcolm in the Middle is not that old, although he looked fairly old at the end of Breaking Bad. Spoiler alert. Jan has joined the table. That's a Dutch guy I recognize. King's Resort Reg. A lot of chips at this table. Jan Niemeyer, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he had a massive score not so long ago at King's. Just need to refresh my memory slightly while I digest. My mouth burns. And I try not to keel over. Yes, he has nearly 300k now in total live earnings. He won the biggest field at King's. You see, this is why Didier is so great to have around the place. What's up, Didier? Didier with us until we were almost finished last night as well. He won that one with, I think it was 7,558 runners. Didier says, the later, the more puns. Well, we've already had a lot of Australian banter going on back and forward with Yappa Snap, and had some more pirate jokes. It's been a fun stream so far. Lots of action taking place over the last 3 hours. If you're just tuning in on this Monday afternoon, it's the €480 buy-in to Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty Edition live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 46 players remaining now. I'm betting 450 here on the turn. Really interesting turn card, by the way. Gives Lee top pair, top kicker. On the deuce 489. MJ asked, what was the buy-in? It's in the title there, sir. €480 Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty. Day 3. Lee steamrolling this feature so far, by the way. But he's a bit of a loose cannon. What a river card that is, because I don't see Ahmed slowing down here. And $500,000 on board. Surely has to try to get Bruce to fold. Some hands. But Bruce decides to just lead. I don't mind the lead, however, I think there's more merit in check raising. Now, it's possible that Ahmed might have just checked back on that river with the ace rolling off. I don't know what way we're supposed to approach Bruce Lee. He's showing us many different gears. One thing's for sure, Richard Gears doesn't really like folding. And if he's committed to a pot, he's usually committed all the way. Yes, it does depend on how many bullets, but the actual buy-in is €480. And no, it doesn't get cheaper the more often you buy in. There's not a 2-for-1 discount around here. €480 cash monies. 3,217 entries. Quick maths. $1.5 million in the prize pool. 102,000 for the winner. And a lot of big booties still in play. Bruce Lee making it 200k to go. Blinds are 40, 80, 80, by the way. That's 40k small blind, 80k big blind with 80k running big blind ante. Fernando Alonso, who you might remember from such times as last night, is back at the feature. Also, a player who can be quite sticky. You get a free buffet if you buy 20x. Are you back grinding yet, Didier? What's your plans for today? Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Saddies for the World Series of Poker circuit event. And you've got us up on the side, so it's not the end of the world. Bruce hitting the nut flush here on the river. Bella has a flush as well. Could see some money go in here. Right, we see a bet in the call, and lo and behold, Bruce Lee wins another pot. Didier says, your friend teaches me how to play the sats. He won 11 packages for the Irish Open. I presume you could be only talking about one person and one person only. That must be Doak. Darragh O'Carney has some fantastic books on Amazon. Brilliant player. Ambassador of the game. Oh, Mr. Meatley happens to be one of Doak's students. Wow, that's a lot of packages. I presume that's mostly on Paddy Power.
Raises to 180. Raise queen off 2. That always coming 7. Fernando is set.
Gus with the ace queen and Bruce Lee with the queen 4. It'll be tough for Fernando to get paid.
The run out not great for the 7, by the way. It says 7. Just try take this spot away. And rep Queen 10 also has the Queen of Spades. This is a really good hand. Bluff on the river, we think it's Bruce Lee who's going to try to take this one away
from Fernando with a set, and Gus. Fernando's going to call.
Bruce Lee. What a lovely fire. It does not work. And Fernando wins himself a nice spot.
Jan, min raising. Chris says, hi, Dan. Hello, Chris. Chris Kitties. Am I saying that correctly? I was just going to call you Chris. Better than calling you the KK. Bruce Lee with a monster. We've got action. Bellatree betting to 540k. Bruce with the aces. The assassins. Yeah, the initial opener. Do see a 4-bet coming in hot to 2 mil. Not loving life here with ace-king suited, but against the likes of Bruce Lee, in she goes and up she flew. I don't see any way he's going to fold this, and it's become too pricey to call, even if we are in position. So the only other move is jam. I don't see any way Bella doesn't just get this in. It would be a remarkable fold, to say the least. Oh, whoa! No way! That body language just indicates that he's going to fold. He folds ace-king suited against Bruce Lee. I don't think Bruce Lee gave away that he had a monster hand there. Maybe you could let me know if you've seen something in the chat, and maybe I have to look back at that hand again later, but you can put me in a straitjacket and I'm still not folding ace-king suited against Bruce Lee in that exact situation. Didier says he did stare at his stack like crazy. He's been staring at his stack on a number of occasions today. He loves looking down at his chips, but it is a good observation nonetheless. Staring at his opponent's stack, Didier says, well, is that not something you would do anyway? I have been brushing up on my live tell knowledge because the Irish Open is upon us and I find it interesting. I have been watching several videos and I've been reading some books or synopsis of books because I'm sick of buying books. Magic Elsa wants copyright for the Assassins. I actually think that's fair, but I'm still waiting on my hoodie from Kings, so I can't really give you any copyrights for anything just at this moment, the Magic Elsa. But we should get royalties at some point. I won't leave you out. Bird says folding ace-king is not shameful. It is against Bruce Lee. Methinks. Fold ace-king after a 3-bet last Friday in our home game. Would have lost a 1,500 pot against aces. But if you look back later, Didier, you'll see that Bruce Lee's VPIP is somewhere around 50%. He's been involved in nearly as many pots as Gennaro last night. Bruce Lee playing over 10 million to start this hand. Jan piecing out a bet here. Try take one away from Bruce Lee. I don't know how many situations we've seen him 4-bet. He was more the kind of guy who wanted to see a flop in position, but would be willing to call a 4-bet if he was the one in position, if it was for a smallish sizing. Not afraid to go post flop is my whole point. We'll be calling on this turn. And Jan is going to win. Lee maybe wanted to try take that one away from his opponent. People don't tend to 4-bet bluff 3 this deep. Well, maybe it's just an amazing fold with ace-king, and I stand corrected, said the man the orthopedic shoes, but
against Bruce Lee, when he's playing that many hands, yes, it is a different situation because it was a 4-bet pot. I just feel like we have too much invested, or from my understanding of how many of his hand selections, I just would be going broke with ace included, sub 50 big. But maybe that's why I'm on the mic. Like, I still stand by what I said, that it's a little bit fear based when you don't want to flip against things back to them. He doesn't think there's going to be many 4-bet bluffs in the challenge range, and therefore doesn't want to play
For it all, and then thinks the best course of action is just let his hand go. Ahmed, who's lost a lot of chips to Bruce Lee, has top pair here against Gus Franson. I'm Chris Hansen. No, I've never eaten at a Nepalese restaurant. Try everything on the menu is my advice. Be adventurous. Go crazy. Ha. Just lose it. 325 is the bet from Ahmed Deeb. And Gus will fold, and Ahmed will take that one down. He was playing over 4 million chips, has now dropped a decent amount, but still playing 2.1 million. Goes Frentzen, we say in Holland. Okay. Is this his, like, real name? I thought it was a play on words for Gus Hansen. Is this a guy I need to watch out for? Nice to have you with us, Space Pirate. Bruce leads the table indeed. Man all in with ace jack. Bruce with Queen 9 suited. It's a fair fight. No howling, lads. It's a fair fight. Not anymore. Bruce Lee effortlessly hitting this flop. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. It's a not so good now as we hit the river. River is the King of Spades. Man gets a much needed double up and perhaps a little bit of rough justice. Although Bruce playing his hand super standard. Ray's calling the shorty. Race 10 min raising from the cutoff. Jan on the button with pocket fives. Yeah, and 3 betting to 500k, putting the pressure back on man. Jan takes that one down. Man just rips the full enchilada from the hijack the following hand. 15, 16 bigs. And goes Franson. Go, go, Franson. Go, 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 go. Ace Jack from the small. His hand is going to be a bit too strong for folding. IMO. Do see a flip for man's tournament life. Was ahead going in technically on paper, but not anymore. The Jack 3 deuce giving goes the toppest of pairs, top kicker. Turn provides an open ender for man, but the river is the 10 of hearts. We have another casualty, 40 players remaining now, and goes Franson playing 86 big blinds. Didier wanted to see an ace-3 off call. For 16 bigs, I think that's going to be a little bit too much. Perhaps I'm wrong, Didier, considering there's a 100k bounty still in play. I'm new enough to these mystery bounty editions. Obviously, done it about 5 times now. It never ceases to amaze me how light you're supposed to call in certain scenarios to jams, etc. Yeah, I'm in raising from the hijack with the aces, and Franson gonna try flop a little dookie. And Bruce Lee in the big blind. Expect to see him get involved here also. Queen Jack 9 is the flop. Jan won't like this flop. It's not great for his aces. Nothing to worry about here, though. Jan will take that one down. Action flop, something for everyone in the audience. Open ender for Fernando. 2 pair for Bruce. Ahmed with a good shot, straight shot. $225 is the bet he's going to call. Fernando betting 675 now on the turn. Jack of clubs rolling off. Bruce doesn't love this card because he will lose some 2 pairs and straights now. But won't be going anywhere just yet. Bruce will call. This pot getting bloated now as we hit the river. Stack the pot ratio very close to 1-1. River is the ace of diamonds. Fernando with the straight, of course, and is just going to check back on that river. Fernando playing nearly 5 million now. Bruce takes a bit of a hit, shakes his head. Nothing he can do there, of course, with that run out. In fact, that run out saving him some chipolatas.
Last time he had to fold. Last time he had to fold. But I was here when. But he also he was the same. You had to fold last time, right? He took your card.
And there's going to be a bit of an issue here because Bogdan getting dealt the Jabrakadas, but his hand will be declared dead. Magic also wants to blame the dealer. 39 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,100. Jan with a flush draw here. Franson with the ace queen and Bruce Lee with the ace jack on the 10, 8, 8 deuce. 1.3 million in this pot. Six of clubs rolling off on the river. Jan going to try buy this pot. He will have more straights. He's going to have some 8x, some 10x. Does have some busted straight draws, busted flush draws. Jan knows he can't win by checking. However, that queen of spades isn't great to have. That blocks some of the straight draws and flush draws I aforementioned that you would want your opponent to have. New players at the table, by the way. Cano 01 playing a whopper of a stack of 14.4 million. And Alan Bogdan Pop, who sat down and had his jack smoked, is the other new player at the table with 38 players remaining now.
After banter. Good, we love again. When you are angry, you play bad. I have jacks in that hand. Maybe you lose. But they said the same to you. I forget. What it was.
John with the jack 10 suited, min raising. Branson with a good shot, straight draws, going to check call. Trying to seduce the clubs. $180K is the bet that gets check called. Jan picking up the flush draw. Off to the river we go. River is the king of hearts. Franson going to bet 500k now on this double pair board. That's one way of stopping your opponent barreling you off your hand. Really interesting lead there from Franson. I actually like it. Makes it look like you want your opponent to call with an ace-high type holding. If we get raised, we can just get out of dodge. We block our opponent having a king with a jack or a queen. That's probably the only way we can win the hand. Nice play there from Goals Franson. Bruce Lee going to bet about 2/3 pot here with his open ender on the turn. Bella with a piece of it now as well. Fernando with the nut flush draw. And a good shot straight draw. $400k is the bet. Fernando is going to call. River is the ace of diamonds. Bruce Lee gets there on the river. Runner, runner, straight. Now, how much does Lee think he can get paid here by a 2-pair type holding a hand like ace 10 or ace jack? He blocks ace jack. I would say somewhere around $1 million. Goes for $1 million. And an extra little bit of cheese on top. Fernando going to quickly call. Fernando going to quickly get the bad news. And lo and behold, Bruce Lee wins another one. Yeah, and taking that one down with the pocket tens as the blinds have just gone up. 50k is now the small blind, 100k is now the big blind, with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. So pay jump has been reached. €3,600 is the current payout. There's 37 players remaining now. As Fernando going for it here from the cutoff. Is he just straight up ripping 32 bigs? Or have I missed something? 2.7 million to call. Oh, he went for a limp jam. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Can betting 160 here on the turn. Lee hoping to win a showdown. McCann will take this one down. Now playing 142 big blinds, 14.2 million. 35 players remaining now. Jan's going to call in the big. Can raising to 225. 10-7 off suit. Jan's going to call with the ace-7 of diamonds. Flopped best here with nut flush draw. Can's going to bet 150. Expect to see this Can guy be very aggro. Don't know anything about him, but he's got a lot of chips and looks like he's not afraid to put them to work. And can Jan sniff this one out? No, he does not. He releases and takes that one away from Jan. And Slajo says instant go for chips after the big blind checks, picking multiple different chips up, something to keep an eye on. Yeah. Been refreshing my memory, as I said earlier, about live tells. I don't know how much I want to be talking about them on stream. I've no problem talking about them. It doesn't seem fair if I'm giving away some crazy info to the players that might be watching the stream, but maybe I'm reading too much into it. It is my job after all. Some things are very obvious, others not so much. If people want me to talk more about live tells, that's no problem. Bruce Lee. You know why they call it a tell? Because you tell no one. France and 3 betting to 775 with 10s. $5.50 for Lee to call. I predict we will see him call with the 9s. Didier calling for a 10-10-9 flop. Instead it comes 7-4-3-2 spades.
$700K is the bet from Francis. He's not going to be going anywhere just yet. The pocket 9. And he's suspiciously looking at Franson's stack. This is the call. Then it's the Jack of Clubs. We see another bet go in on the turn, another call. Lee has committed quite an amount of chips to this pot now. This is very, very bloated. 65 bigs out there, 62.5. Johnson wins a lovely pot off Thursday. Lee back down to 55 bigs. A cooler situation there. I think enough money had gone into the pot on the river.
Live tells masterclass here. Look for something that is not common for a player to do. Then make sure which cards he has to check what means what. Had a course including live tells for 3 months, so kind of into it. Would love to pick your brain about some of that stuff on the side, Didier. I hear the first lesson is free. I have lots I could say about live tells. You need to confirm the live tell, which should be fairly easy for you guys, considering we can see the cards at home. For example, earlier I seen an aggressive river bet as he forced the chips forward, and
Didier says he's going to send me something that'll blow my mind. Yes, I'm all for it. Greetings, Earthlings. We are back online. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. I have to restart my entire computer. My apologies. Reset all the settings, etc. We should be good to go now. Pain in the hole is what that was. You're going to have to give Elon Musk a call. Get some Starlink right around here. Called some fiber broadband. 34 players remaining now. Looks like I missed a 4-bet jam with ace jack off. If you want to refresh your memory, that'd be great. Memory, aka, didn't see the hand. Branson raising to 225 from the cutoff.
Average stack still 56 big blinds, almost 57 bigs. Franson taking that one down. Fernando getting rid of his eights.
reduce he can, turning the straight. And then the 5 of diamonds. And then that's 335.
Looks like Lee wants to pay him off here. I don't think he can beat much, if anything, really. Some Jack X that missed the straight. Some 7X that missed the straight. Diamonds get there. Any 9, any 8, any 10. That is a very loose call by Bruce Lee on the river. Archie says calls with King high, just like in the movies. The horror movies. I like it. I like it. This could spell disaster for Ahmed Deeb, shoving 3.19 million over Fernando's open from under the gun +1. With the aces. Fernando snapping them off, of course. 6.6 million in this pot. A lot of bigs to get in pre with the 10s. Might just call there in the cutoff. King 6 deuce is the flop. Turn is the king of spades and the river is the king of hearts, and we will lose Ahmed Deeb in 34th place. 33 players remaining now. Fernando now playing over 10 million. He's having quite the ride since he joined us at the feature table. MJWK wants a table change at the feature. That will happen eventually when we do a redraw. Usually do a redraw. I think it could be 27 players, maybe 24 players. And then Magic Elsa says, call the police. The poker police. Woo, woo. It's the sound of the police. I'm just going to be checking. Can has to decide how much to bet to get paid by a one pair type holding. Probably wants to go for somewhere around half pot. I would think somewhere around 420k. He's gone for 450 and he will get called. Tan and Fernando, both over 100 bigs. Franson with 92, and then quite the drop off. Jan with nearly 40, and the rest below 40 bigs. So much playability in this one with a 75-minute clock, 32 players remaining now. As ECW says, are you with me? I am. What happens if you take the P out of a pirate? He becomes irate. We see a bet of 400k here on the flop from Jan. Lee calls with the better pair. This pot now very bloated, and stack to pot ratio close to 1-to-1 once more. River is the 8 of spades. ECW King wants to know how many pirate puns are you at? I lost count to me. Puns as a pirate. Ire. Bruce Lee is going to shove the full enchilada, make this look like a busted straight draw. He looks comfortable enough. Leaning forward, engaging. Big decision now on Jan. Stajo with a very good comment there, actually. Saying, I think this is the second or third time he's making faces as if he was weak. I think it's just real nerves out there. And the adrenaline. I don't know if he's fake telling. Perhaps I'm completely wrong. It seemed to me there on this occasion he looked quite comfortable. Big decision here for Jan. He can be busted hearts. He can be hands like Jack 9. Jack 10, of course. Ace 10. Ace Jack. The combos start to add up. We are fairly high up in our range. What do you think he's going to do, class? Let me know in the chat. All vote now. Jan asking him what he has, and I'm not sure if Lee is talking back to him. Couldn't quite hear that one. I do predict we will see Jan put this one in the muck, but he hates it. We've seen Jan make big hero calls before. Did win that record-breaking field just a couple of months ago. Does decide he's too high up in his range and will call. We'll get the bad news. I couldn't see. I would have liked to been able to see more of Bruce Lee there and how he was looking, but it was all cameras on Jan.
That's one of the biggest hands of the tournament so far, I would imagine. Well, at least at the feature table anyway. It's important to note that Jan will still remain in contention with point 4 of a big blind. Which is quite important considering Bruce Lee wants to miss that mystery bounty. Jan is all in for 40k.
Angelo DeMarco is going to isolate here for 41. 41 big blinds total, and Fernando now ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. Does get the better hand out of the way, the ace-10 offsuit. Don't think 40 bigs can call with ace-10. However, it would be for a double elimination. So Angelo doing the right thing, considering there is such massive bounties still in play. Might look a bit crazy to some of the viewers at home. But it is all about isolating in these mystery bounties. And two little duckies provide Jan with a double, triple, quadruple up to 260,000. And we've seen spin and wins happen before from less than a big blind here at Kings to go on and get huge scores. Don't count that man out there, Jan. Andorca wants to see the bounties. The bounties are below you there, Andorca. You are very welcome. Apocalypse is back in the house, says good evening, lads and lasses. Jan going with 10-4 offsuit. Don't like this shove from Jan. Let the blinds hit you, buddy. Brucey's going to call with the A6 offsuit. Can is going to call from the small, and pop goes the weasel, all in for 2.4 million, 24 big blinds. This should provide some protection for Jan's 10-4 offsuit, and he will have 2 live cards. Can feels committed. I actually thought he might fold his queen nine suited, but he has called it off. They are talking trash to each other. Maybe that's because I seen a guy with a Trasher t-shirt. Shout out to the guy in the Trasher t-shirt. Used to love that magazine when I was younger. Here's the flop. 8-5 deuce. Good shot, straight draw here for Pop. He is in the lead. Jan needing a 10 or a 4. Actually 4 no good. And a jack now. Jan can't win. Bye-bye, Jan. River comes the queen. Can you fix this? Yes, we can. Pop has been eliminated. Jan has been eliminated. Can will scoop the booty, the double elimination, and is now playing almost 160 big blinds. And that brings us on a very large break for the guts of 40 minutes. Loads more action to come. 30 players remaining. Don't go anywhere. Things are really heating up. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thank you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
I see that.
Really nice laydown, by the way.
I see that.
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river.
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river.
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am. Right?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When you asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Oh, no,
Absolutely.
Today, final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace king. Ace king, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's
Snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiled.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
Just a
Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely. Certainly, I think that, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board-changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, My kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at Kings Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a name.
Surzat Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxton's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
510.
In my wow, yes.
510.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal river card, brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way: if he makes a hand,
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's a call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack
Stevie
of diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6.
disastrous.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy we have queens
Yeah. Why you happy?
because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says,
Nice.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Oof. And this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
One free
Yeah,
behind.
that was a wild one,
There's
Tuckman.
24
Big
bigs.
One free behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction best a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, sono tutti 1.2 milioni, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, facciamo quelli che
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward
It's perfect.
slightly?
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, what a king
Oh.
right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Stevie,
Exactly.
move your hand, please. Can I see
It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can
Be
understand
careful
that
when you-
sentiment.
yeah? Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise, and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum
1.2
re-raise.
million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it is.
there
So
you
as to
go. Okay.
isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this.
But he only
big
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge
Good luck
sweat.
in main
This
event,
would have been
okay?
a fun flop if
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the
Brutal.
mic off, and that is it.
Brutal. Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button. Almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is going to get some action. Cabral calling. DeVoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel DeVoris' life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If DeVoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is.
Good call,
It's first
yeah?
and second, and then
Good
everybody
call.
else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That
Knew it
is
will
a
be 10
terrible
there, yeah.
window
Like,
card
open
right
it
there.
like you knew.
And DeVoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down, pretty sick.
I agree.
One card
GG Daniel,
remaining.
you
If
may
it's
know.
not a 3, Daniel
GG.
DeVoris is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel DeVoris, over 15 million in
Okay, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million, now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money. 22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other 2 limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little
1.6.
unconventional, I should say. Ooh.
Oh,
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5-1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Jesus entered the chip entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Jesus. Jesus taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Jesus. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Jesus was making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Jesus because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Jesus.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Jesus is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Jesus off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Jesus jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Jesus. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Jesus who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what?
I really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Jesus' wheel. Yeah, there's been, a handful of significant pots, and Jesus has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Jesus. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? or would he play it a little, try to get induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Asu is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse. Here
Asu
we
has
go.
made the call. It's
This
ace
could be
8
it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Asu's way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you have a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes
Oh?
sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's fives hold, it's over, and he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8,
Oh.
but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of cups.
And Asu now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet.
Quédatelo tú.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Lots more action to come in the Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty Edition R, with 30 players remaining now. Super deep still. Well over 50 big blind average. Small blind is now 60k, big blind is now 120k, with 120k running a big blind ante. That's 6120, 120. As Can bets 235 here on the turn. Franson with the King of Hearts. Franson's going to bet 900k here on the river. Don't see Can folding with the 8 of hearts. Both players can have the ace of hearts. Can will call, gets the bad news. Franson now playing 11 million, which is good for 92 big blinds. As Apocalypse says, welcome back everyone. Dan's just letting the dog in. I actually had enough time to do everything on the break. It was more letting the dog out. Really nice to have a break longer than 30 minutes, not gonna lie. Could have done with that earlier when I was eating roast beef and eggs. This time I was prepared with a few chicken legs. My third meal of the day. Your dinner looked incredible, Apocalypse.
The lip around that Nepalese dinner. I just had a good bowl of homemade beans for lunch and another for dinner. 2 bowls of beans. Tornadoes incoming. Tornadoes, are they like a pack of crisps? wait. I think I know what you mean now. Been there, done that, been through it all. Arr. Why does it take pirates so long to learn the alphabet? Because they can spend years at sea. We have Angelo DiMarco at 475 and Anthony missed a lot on the turn. I prefer to just ball there if the spade rolls off. Spade rolls off. The opportunity to get the opponent to continue barreling. And shove there on the turn. Archer called. That's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the chat. Yes, I have refreshed the page. Thank you for telling me that, Sergio. Having one battle today with the internet. Yes, I have refreshed the page. Check the settings. Etc.
We do see the all in. Ace queen against tens. $7.2 million in the middle. 984 is the flop. Turn is an ace. Angelo DiMarco getting there on the turn. Won't affect Fernando too much, but you would rather be winning this one than losing it. Angelo DiMarco now playing 60 big blinds. Mihail Cassian is your shortest stack with 15 bigs. New player at the table. Very funny song playing in the background at King's. Achy Breaky Heart. Artem 3 betting to 725 with the King Jack off suit on the button. Bruce Lee, the original opener, and can we fix this? Yes, we can. Picks up a monster in the small blind. Ace King off suit. Going to 4 bet to 2.125 million. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart. And Artem Komarov is going to put his hand into the muck. That's going to be the next celebrity we get on the featured table, says Apocalypse, Billy Ray Cyrus. Oh, sure, why don't we have Miley on while we're at it? Straight for Artem here on the turn. Straight for Angelo on the turn with a redraw, but he does have the arse end of it. Wow, what a river card. 9 of spades. If we're going to bet here, I don't know if we want to bet too big. It is a pair board. Angelo's going to snap him off. Angelo Di Marco wins another one, now paying over 9 million. He only has about 16k in tournament live cashes. Says Kings just needs a big disco ball for her to come swinging down on. The DSH, she's a real wrecking ball at the table. Stick in the river. Pensacolas. In English, please, to Apocalypse, which is pretty funny. Get that man a can. 525 is the bet from Artem here. Angelo calling the 525 with a flush draw. Very, very wide call from Franson with 10-4 suited in the small blind. He's going to go for block now that the river has paired the board. Angelo forced to let his hand go, and Artem navigating that one nicely to the river. Anna's 136 bigs, Franson with 90, Artem with 77, Angelo with 69, Bruce Lee with 62, Fernando with 53, and Mihail. Cassian is your clear short stack, but still quite comfortable in a structure like this. 30 players still remaining. Asking a very good question. Do I go bonkers against this block bet with a king high flush draw if you know he is blocking? Do we just have the wrong sort of a hand to come after a block bet there? How believable is it that we are raising on the river with a legit hand? Doesn't matter if you know he is blocking. I didn't really mention it at the first DDA because it's not something you see too often at Kings where they go after the block bet on the river there. But we can get into a discussion there if you want to. If you feel like you can get a medium strength hand to fold, should you go for it? Does your opponent know that he's made his bet look very blocky and therefore can level himself into calling? Quads always make sense. Maybe we rep a full house or quads. Very interesting question to ask me. I'm digesting too much food after the break. Not going to lie. If he can level himself into calling, why would he block and not go for value? Well, he is going for value, isn't he? Going for 10 value with a medium kicker. Value bluffing. That's the new one. $270 bet. 5 is the bet here on the turn. Angelo, the best, is under the gun +1 against the hijack and will lose. Or sorry, will win 825, taking that pot away from Franson. I'm Chris Franson. Why don't you take a seat? Take a seat right over there. What are you doing here? I'm Chris Franson. Is Jan still in? No, he lost. He lost with the 10-4 offsuit with the last 2.5 big blinds he had. He made a huge river call against Bruce Lee on a king, queen, 8-8-10 board where he had ace queen on the river. Bruce Lee had king, queen in a 3-bet pot. The river bet was for about 110 to 120% pot, and Jan talked himself into calling after about 3 minutes, I would say, roughly speaking, give or take. He put the cape on and was wrong on this occasion. I would have liked to be able to see more of Bruce Lee's face because at first it seemed like he was giving away tells. Then some people in the chat were saying that that's what he was trying to do, make himself look weaker than he was. Then he had 0.4 of a big, Jan did, that he span up to. I don't know if it made him call that he covered Bruce Lee because I believe he thought he had been extinguished, that he didn't have Bruce Lee covered, but it turns out Jan had Bruce Lee covered by 0.4 of a big. Jan spanned the 0.4 of a big up to 2.6 big blinds and lost a 3-way all in with 10-4 offsuit. Bruce Lee ain't messing around with cards on that occasion. Bets 2 million. Wants to put a stop to that on the Queen Jack 6. 2 clubs flop. I think he has priced himself out there. Not that he was going to get called anyway, but that's not the point, gang, is it? 30 players still remaining. Current payout is €3,100. Thank you, Apocalypse. Yes. Angelo opening in the cutoff, and Franson 3-betting to 650 with the king jack off suit. Decision back on Angelo. These guys are very deep. So deep they need a sonar. How do pirates know they exist? They think, therefore they are. Fernando going for 2.9 big blind. Raise with the king 4 off suit. I don't like Fernando's raise size pre, and I'm not the biggest fan of this hand selection. Been doing some work on button opens, and you can just cut these ones out if you want. Now, having said that, in a tournament like this, pretty deep, it's going to be fine. I would just prefer to be suited. It's probably fine on closer inspection. I just don't like a raise size to 2.9 bigs. Fox has any idea of what time they are playing down? What they're looking to play down to tonight, Dan? Guessing the final table. You are correct and right. Final 9 tonight. We'll be coming back an hour earlier than normal tomorrow. It will be 1:30 Central European time. Bruce Lee going for almost 3x sizing on the button, and Can is just going to fold King 10 off suit. Okay, now that's too tight. Hawktip says, what do you call 3.14 minutes C? Pirate. Very good. Very clever. Did you come up with that one on your own? Branson raising to 250 with the king queen offsuit. Artem calling with the fives. Mihail shoving for his last 8 bigs from the small blind with king jack offsuit. 29 players remaining now. That means we are 20 eliminations away from the final table. That was a pretty big fold, by the way, with the queen jack suited. Might have seen some action there. Instead, it comes queen 7, 4, 10, deuce. We have another elimination on our hands. Mihail sent packing. Branson wins another one and is playing a whopping 113 big blinds. Going to get another player, and it's a very exciting one. That's all I can say for now. Katarina wants to know when the mystery bounties open. The mystery bounties are nearly concluded. Well, I'm not sure when they pull them. It's a mystery. DeMarco 3-bet with ace king from the small blind. Lee might peel this one. Likes to see a flop in position, but perhaps because just as an 8 kicker, even if he's suited, he might let this go. Having said that, it's only a 3-bet to about 3x. It's 640 more to call. He covers his opponent. And he's going to risk it. And flick it in. Why not? Queen 6-4, outflopping the ace king of Angelo. $650 is the bet. Whoa. Lee just absolutely Ripinskis. Grips and rips. Everything. That's one way of winning. Also very risky business. Just don't like that at all. If we get called, we're going to be way behind. We've got backdoor heart draw working for us as well. Hawkham says, why do Pirates love poker? Because once they lose their first hand, they get hooked. Arr. I have another one to add to that. Why can't Pirates play poker? Because someone is always standing on the deck. Da-da-da-da-da-da. 28 players remaining now. This one. Getting checked on the river. Bruce wins that one, defending quite wide with queen 4 off suit. There he is, guys. Gennaro Prozia. The resident wrecking ball from last night. 250 to go. We've seen this guy raise 7-3 offsuit from early position. So ace jack suited going to be no problem. If you weren't around last night and you're not familiar with Gennaro, you're in for a treat. Artem going to bet 250 here on the river, and Gennaro probably going to pay him off. Gennaro makes a lot of bluffs, makes a lot of hero calls, very active, and therefore finds himself calling a lot on rivers and doing the bluffing himself on a lot of rivers. Gift wants to know about Stan the Man. I don't know about Stan the Man, but I'm happy to have Gennaro back here raising the 250 under the gun. 10-9 of diamonds. Lucky Cam with aces here in the big blind. What a spot to squeeze. Hijack involved, the buttons involved, and Gennaro, the original opener from under the gun with the 10-9 suited. And I told you this guy has a mind of his own. 4-betting to 2.1 million with the 10-9 suited. And Can's going to Hollywood. And it was quite a small 3-bet, by the way, from the big blind initially. Oh, I think this just makes his hand look so strong there. Way he put the chips forward, everything about it really. I wonder if we could have just called there from the big blind and set some form of a trap. It was a small 3-bet, relatively small 4-bet. 5-bet, the jig is just up. Now, having said all that, against an under the gun range, their range tends to be getting it all in more frequently. When we 4-bet like that, so we just want them to stack off with hands like kings and queens and ace king. If there was ever a moment to just call, I think that would be it. But as I mentioned, get a bad flop and your opponent no longer stacks off with kings, queens, and ace king. It's awful. There you go. There you have it, man. Bruce Lee now with the goods. His turn to 3-bet. These guys have a bit of a dynamic going between them, France and Lee. Effortlessly, it's 600k to go. Guys, I will be back in just a moment.
Sorry, gang. Small blind is now 80k. Big blind is now 160k with 100k. Big blind. What was interesting to me there a few moments ago was how easily
Let top pair. With Queen Jack on the Queen 6-5. So it shows that he is well able to fold top pair there. I actually thought we would see him call and reevaluate on the river. So that's noteworthy that he's willing to let top pair, decent kicker, go when he's being check raised.
I check for you. I'm happy to help. One more?
So 28 players remaining. That means a pay jump is looming from €3,100 to €3,600 on the next elimination. Average stack is almost 7 million. And we will have a redraw when 24 players remain. So we are 4 eliminations away from a redraw. At that point, we will go on a break and come back with 3 tables of 8.
La capa.
currently blind battled from Gennaro and Can line 4 off Bruton with small for Can. Gennaro with Bruton 10-8-5 is the flop.
Can will bet on the turn, and Gennaro will let it go. All right, I'm betting 500k here on the 10-4 deuce. Angelo with a good shot, straight draw. And he will take that one down. 27 players remaining now, so that means the pay jump has been reached. Current payout is €3,600, and we are 3 eliminations away from the redraw. Average stack is over 7 million. Slajo says no one in this kind of field, maybe 1%, 5-bet bluffs, especially versus under the gun, and if only he knew his man. Yeah, it's just never a 5-bet bluff, but you're still not going to fold kings or queens, are you? Maybe we are. If you are going to fold, if you think your opponent is going to fold kings and queens and ace king, then we have to just call with the aces. Parker says, surprised Gennaro hasn't knocked 3 people out since joining the table. I'm surprised I haven't been knocked out, Apocalypse. Someone is mowing a lawn or chainsawing something outside the window. So there's no air in here. No airs, no graces. Boiler room. Son Zaku says hi. Hi! Graf says, hey folks. Hey folks. Son to Swiss from YouTube to hear. Well, you made a good choice if you want to communicate with the class. A lot of people on YouTube just drop by, say hi, and then they're gone. We have moderators on Twitch, and we can have a community, etc. Angelo taking that one down with a bluff on the river. 2 overcards to the 7. The 7-5 goes into the muck. Can raise to 325. The button calling, flopping 2 pair with his King Jack of spades on the King Jack 10. 2 heart flop. Can's going to bet 1.2 million here, and I just think it's a bit unbelievable. On the river, when the 10 comes on the turn 9 on the riv. Pretty quick call there by Fernando. Can getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. The Magic Elsa says, Dan, do you know that if you drink rum before 8 a.m., you're not an alcoholic, you're a pirate? Arr. What's a pirate's favorite type of music? Roman bass. Can this schmuck even play guitar? Fernando Alonso not liking this turn, or the flop for that matter. Bruce Lee with pocket trees on the worst board in history is going to go for it here. Gotta admire the moxie of Bruce Lee. There's a fine line between fearlessness and foolishness, though. Against two players, Kang going to get there on the river. Now playing 17.5 million. Parker says, I like to think that when Kings decided to run a pirate themed event, the social media manager at least warned them what would happen in chat. Yes. Surely he has to bet big on the river after that, and if he does bet big, can the 5 even call? I don't think the 5 can even call, but on that run out, I think we have to just be one and done there on the turn. Got his information and decided to check back and live the fight another day. Fernando 3 betting to 1.1 million here with the ace king offsuit. 25 players remaining now. We are one elimination away from the aforementioned redraw. And you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 24 players remain now, and this will be the last hand before the break. Franson going for a 3-bet to just over $1 million with the King 10 off suit. And Franson's going to take down the last hand before the break. Oh, the pressure's on. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Okay. We are going to do a redraw, coming back with 3 tables of 8. Things are really heating up as we play down to a final table tonight. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's the 3-bet. See, he's attacking his Sue. And his Sue, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is his Sue's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hasu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this just go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Jesus finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could
1.5
absolutely be wrong. Maybe
Just
he just calls.
and just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it. I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king queen or some sort of ace queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand. Let's say Martin occasionally does this with
raised.
8-10.
He has raised.
Yep.
You said 3.5? Ah, sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see, so wait, stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, $9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Jesus have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Sue's
could
got
get
to be
interesting.
sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabral calls the raise. Oh.
Does Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Jesus is that strong. But I mean, Cabral would love to have king 3 with the king of spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot has 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabral is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Jesus is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Jesus turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Jesus turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
Was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Asu is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus, he kicks it back.
He
knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting, Jesus in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3 betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket 9. Lost.
In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call, but
Yeah.
it's around 2 million.
Nothing better to do after you win close to $1 million than jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
card.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. Just very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Hisu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is third on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand one of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Unbelievable. Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
Maybe next game you're possible to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Check blade.
Oh my!
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
He certainly could.
they're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are
Right,
liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen, Jack, 3-5. Rainbow, almost.
Martin can't believe it.
Okay,
He is the
on
stone
call.
nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set, please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You're so bad, Mark.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum. I'm happy.
You play very good. How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in.
Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy, but it's pretty weird then. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
Not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
pretty meager run out so
Any
far
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astedt, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break.
Twenty-three players remaining now. There was 24. We went and won a redraw. Favorable spot here, Alessandro Pagliuso. Claudio Vespucci. Two of the notables that spring to my mind anyway. Going to refresh my memory. 176k in tournament live earnings for Alessandro Pagliuso. In your name there, buddy. Pagliuso. Liuso. And Pagliuso. Both players. Both less than 200k. 140 and 176. I refreshed the page there, Kobe Yard. Hopefully that helps. Santo betting 350k with a set here on the 652 jack.
Alfred with top pair with that 7. Completing a lot of straights. Alessandro will get paid to the tune of 725, and Alessandro will take down that pot, playing 11.4 million now. We see Alfred Holzer with ace-5 of hearts raising to 330k. Blinds are still 80, 160, 160, by the way. Not for too much longer. And he will take that one down. Bird says sound is perfect. Well, you know what? It's great to hear that. Long may it rain. It's been a hell of a day. It's horribly perfect. I don't understand why it keeps coming and going. Like I said, I'm a devil for moving around in my seat. Can't sit still. Probably got to do with my ADHD. Undiagnosed, of course. I just keep refreshing the page, speaking slower. Sitting bolt upright in this chair of mine and hoping for the best for the 7 servers that connect Ireland and Kings during these trying times. 23 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,600. And the story of the last few hours has been Cano. I've been just calling them Can, but it is Cano 01. Has nearly double the chips of anyone else at this feature. Alessandro Pagliuso in second place. Fernando Alonso with 55 bigs. Alfred Holzer with 37. Jaromir Hanel with 33. Angelo Di Marco with 32. Claudio Desculto with 28. And CM Burns, your clear short stack, but still playing a comfortable 13 big blinds, all things considered, with this 75-minute clock. Average stack is over 50 big blinds still. You see Apocalypse say that Safwan Bahri was a big chip stack at the start of the day, and Trigger was here too. For the only Fools and Horses fans out there, yes. Alessandro raising from the cutoff with Jack 3 suited around to Alonso in the big blind. I still think this is a little bit too wide to open from the cutoff with just a 3 kicker, albeit suited. Having said that, he does have a lot of chips, is one of the more accomplished players at this table. Flush for Alessandro now on the turn. The king 7-3 queen. It is Fernando going to try buy this pot on the river with a bet of 1.8 million. And Alessandro basically has the second nut here. Only loses to the ace of diamonds, as far as I can tell. I think the way this is played out, we can't fold the river. If we're up against the ace of diamonds, then so be it. We'll call, and Alessandro will win a very nice pot. I just pay his ace if he has it. Yeah, exactly. Well said, Real Rusty. the assassins for Alessandro. And Fernando bites 3-betting to 9.25 with the king 10 off suit. And of all things to flat, this one seems like it fits the bill. Has gone for a 4-bet to 1.525 million. And Fernando's going to call ambitiously there with the king 10 offsuit. Not going to play too well in a 4-bet situation, even if we are in position. And it's ace 6-3, 3.4 million in this pot. Now do we go with check if you're Alessandro? If we're betting, we could bet about 650 here, 550, something very small. And that's very small, 450. Wow, Alonso's calling. Didn't expect this. Turn goes check, check. River is a jack. Stack to pot ratio is less than 1-1. You think with the overall range of Fernando, pretty much can't have an ace because we have 2. Can't have hands like kings and queens. They would just get it in pre. It's possible that jacks would flat. Other than that, it's 10s, 9s, hands like queen jack suited, king queen suited, king jack suited. And if he's flattened with king 10 offsuit, then all the offsuit varieties of king jack, king queen, queen jack are in there also. It matters not. Alessandro ripping, not wanting his opponent to check back. Fernando losing a nice chunk of change there, it has to be said. I just don't like betting on the river with the aces. You're just not going to get paid. Let your opponent bluff if he's going to bluff. not missing out on value. Therefore, I think the superior play is to just check the river. ECW King saying block bet to induce a bluff. Yeah, could do that on the river. Just seemed like the jig was up at that point. Where it says you can't check after a 4-bet. Yeah, your time to get value there is on the flop, and that's why you've seen him. Bet small on the flop is what I recommended. He did that. Check the turn, and then I think checking the river like we're giving up is the best course of action. But I could be convinced otherwise, considering he called a 4-bet pre with King 10 offsuit and called a bet very quickly on the flop with just King 10. No spade in his hand. No nothing. ECW says not the final day. No, not the final day. Still 23 players remaining. We play down to the final 9 tonight. From a starting entry field size of 3,217. Top 9 all going to get a minimum of €8,800. And can you dig this? Takes down another one with his king queen offsuit, playing a whopper of a stack there. Look at all those chips. Those pink chips, 500k a pop. You see a raise 325 from the ace queen. Can 3-betting to 1.1 million with the jacks. And Fernando Alonso. Did he go all in or did he just call? Looks like he just called. No. He's gone all in. He's got called. Snapped. I'm just waiting for the graphics to catch up there. Queen 10-3 is the flop. Some form of a cooler. Turn is the king of spades. River is the deuce of diamonds. And Alonso playing nearly 10 million now. Can back down to 15.2. As ECW King says, he got cooled. Dan. Flippity flip. I actually thought the ace queen might just call there, but against the chip leader, probably going to play well as a 4-bet rip. ECW King says, not cooler. Your accent, he got called. Oh. Well, they got it all in, didn't they, bud? 776. $100K is now the small blind, by the way. 200K is now the big blind with a 200K running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. We have 3 more levels to go tonight, or until 9 players remain. Alessandro taking that one down with the ace queen of diamonds. Expected to see a defend there from the queen jack off suit. A bit too tight for my liking. Alessandro 81 bigs, Can 74, Fernando Alonso at 46, Claudio Desculto with 25, Jaromir at 25, Alfred with 21, Angelo with 19, and CM Burns shortest stack with 8 big blinds. Oh, the pressure's on with these pirates, me hearties. Why don't pirates go to strip clubs? Because they already have all the booty. Yo-hos! €3,600 is the current payout. Pay jump will be looming to €4,195. Alfred raising them in. Average stack still 42 big blinds. As MJ says, do you like my earrings? Cost me $1 an ear. Very good. Very clever. Pirate walks into a bar with a big ship's wheel down his pants. The bartender says, "Excuse me, sir, but do you know you have a ship's wheel down the front of your pants?" The pirate replies, "Arr, it's driving me nuts." Round of applause for that one. I will not be compared to any Joes on this channel. I repeat, I will not be compared to any Joes on this channel. I don't care who had the mic before me. I don't care who has the mic after me when I have the mic. It's my time. Apart from going shitty at least 10 times today. But you have to take the rough with the smooth. Smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. Can opening things up to 450 on the button with King 6 offsuit. Alessandro defending with 9-8 offsuit. Flop goes check, check. Turn goes check, check. Interesting the can wants to check flop and turn. I would expect to see him bet that flop most of the time. And if he doesn't bet the flop, then definitely wants to bet the turn. Twenty-one players remaining now, and we could see some action here. Fernando raises with pocket tens from under the gun. Alfred has a very rejammable ace-king for 21 bigs total. Sometimes we might go for some value here, though, in the form of a 3-bet, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. Whoa! Fernando decides to just put it in the muck. Not sure how I feel about that. Guess he was thinking he was in a coin flip situation at best and didn't want to risk it for a biscuit. CM Burns getting the last of his readies across the line with 8-7 suited against Can's pocket sevens. Ace 8-7 is the flop. Turn is the jack. Just an 8 can save Mr. Burns, or he will leave us in 20th place. That's all she wrote for Mr. Burns. Can will scoop it. And suddenly we are 3 eliminations away from another redraw.
And did raise, yes, no pair, no shot. Folded to a 3 bet. There wasn't another raise involved now. Good action here. Fernando falling over the top of Alessandro and Jaromir.
So we will take that one down. And now, Fernando, things are getting a bit crazy around here. People not wanting to risk their tournament life and are just, what am I watching? Just snap all in, snap all in. Osmo's in the house, says I had a lot of work, but I always remember this channel and the nice atmosphere. Thank you very much, Osmo. Oh no, guys. Don't do that at home. How do I reach? these keys. It's very much real, Kiki. Poker's dead, though, you know. No value in this game anymore. Got to remember, they are recreationals. It's a €480 buy-in. They're playing for, by far, the biggest payday of their life. They've been playing for many days on end. Lights, camera, action, nerves, excitement, adrenaline, decision fatigue, all play a huge factor. And the Skull 2 is going to take this one down, a showdown. You're going to see a lot of cagey play. So much pressure. 19 players remaining. 10 players away from the final table of the Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty. Expect the unexpected. It's fast approaching midnight at Kings. Players will be making mistakes, will be getting tired. So much money on the line. Seven, 5, 4 all clubs is the flop. It is very easy to write from behind the monitors and commentate when we can see the cards, etc. Very well said, Osmo. Ace King taking that one down. Just shoving 15 bigs. I don't think he open jammed 50 bigs with Queen Queen now, Kiki. There was a min raise beforehand. He just rips the lot. No, it's definitely not plus EV, but yeah, it's just not wanting to get into these huge flips and not thinking about the bigger picture and how much value can be extracted from a premium hand like Queens. It's hard enough to get dealt a pair, never mind a monster hand. A good way of putting this is, if it's folded around to you on the button and you have 20 big blinds with aces, it's profitable to jam with 20 big blinds from the button with aces, but it is definitely not optimal. You get me, bruv? Jonas wants to know, is there any big bounties left? I'm pretty sure there is. We need to get confirmation about that before the final table. Can wins another one. The Skull 2 calling there, feeling compelled, even though there was 2 overcards. I was trying to piece that one together. Can taking that one down and now playing over 21 million. I don't know this Can guy's real name, but I am almost certain I've played with him at a real poker table before. A real poker table meaning I was there in the flesh. As in, I could have said I played with him online, for example. But his face looks extremely familiar to me. The Skull 2 is going to get it in from the hijack, and Yaramir is going to call from the big with the ace-jack off suit. This one plays itself off these stack depths. King 5-6 is the flop, and 18 players remaining now.
It was 9 of spades, and the Skull 2 can't quite get the full KO. Yarmir left is tuned 0.4 big blind.
Jaromir is all in now. Good hand to pick up if you only have 0.4 big blinds. King 9-6 is the flop. Alessandro with the best of it here. Can flopping top pair also. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Flush draw now for Jaromir. Can feeling comfortable betting a second time. I expected to see him check back this turn. It really does suck for the guy that he doesn't get the bounty with 0.4 bigs left. Agreed, Jonas. So you betting a call and the Jack of Spades rolls off on the river. And Alessandro will get the knockout. Oh, that's why he can, is betting again on the turn because of the mystery bounty. I take it back. I was going to say he just is such a bad kicker. It's such a bad turn card, but he's trying to deny equity. Makes sense, and I believe we are down to 16 players, so we're going on a break to do last redraw of the night. Going to come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final 9 from there. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more action to come. At least 2 full levels and an extra half a level that we have to finish here. So nearly 3 more hours of poker, unless we reach the final 9 before that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
And a nice guy. Strong fold. Big fold there.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
I just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's why
it looks like to me.
One of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec gonna raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting King Jack. Look at these hands.
9s, 10s, 7s. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Ostet outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2.5.
The icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
not
9s.
Done with the 9s.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with, even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds. Are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there
He's
with 9s.
made me a believer, Jeff, and it's the 9 of diamonds exactly. Undeterred now. How much?
We have.
You see, Nicholas.
I got
Very
the king of
curious.
diamonds.
Yeah, I had the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No? What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
be
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man. For
It
you.
is, right?
But you might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Goddamn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
Going to talk him into this call.
Could have made like ace king maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop. The icon called the 3-bet from Osted.
Ace jack is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace jack.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace king is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe ace queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker.
Bam.
Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just
But
horrible at it.
you gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, Ace 8-7
My,
with two
oh
diamonds.
my.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
Pattern reminds me of like a race.
Like the checkered flag.
Yeah. Race to get all the chips.
Well, we're going to get action if everybody keeps getting dealt ace king.
That's true. I mean, maybe everybody just will get dealt ace king.
Is this real?
Paul has it. Along with Kruger. Apocalypse says, just a shame our regular commentator Dan had to miss this. Thankfully, Dan will be back on comms next week for the IPS main event.
That's must see, the IPS.
Come on.
He's kicking for what? What is going on here?
We just had ace king versus ace king. Now we have ace king versus ace king versus ace king. How?
Well, if the money goes in, I'm taking Jack 9. cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff.
Wilhelm makes the call.
Weird. Nobody flops a pair.
How? Ace King, just a drawing hand. Proof here.
The power of the aggressor in these situations. It's a world, I suppose, in which both players are content to just get the showdown with Ace King high. Shields is in a weird spot where you might consider continuing to build a pot for the times you're up against a hand like 2 jacks, 2 nines, trying to force folds.
At 6,300.
While also targeting what could be a shared hand.
$7,300. That is called. Turn is a 4. Thought the ace was coming.
I did not.
Oh.
Nor did I think a king was coming. Last I checked, very few left in the deck. Another player also had ace king and is out. Remains an interesting scenario for Shields. If we bet again, we are absolutely trying to target those middling pairs. The nines, the jacks. This time I'm going to just sort of shut it down.
River 10.
And I don't necessarily think that if he had aces or kings, he would play the hand any different. You start to be a little concerned about pocket tens being present. Of course, now the 10 on the river, much less concerned, only fearful of quads. Oh, look at...
Oh, reaching.
Look at this.
And firing 17,000.
Maybe some recognition from Ibileb saying, I think we could have the same hand. I'm going to try and force him out. As played, I don't suspect he really has any tens unless it's all 4 of them. We haven't seen much out of him yet. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack-10 suited, 9-10 suited, where he was 3-betting out of the small and then calling the cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff. Well done.
Gets the folds. Nice pickup.
Pocket nines.
Ace queen, ace king.
Forrest Ebelhab.
You'll find out in an hour. Tell me, I'll tell you.
Good fold.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Just in time to see these two get it in with the ace-king against ace-king. Jack-10 suited obviously can't withstand that kind of pressure. Did see an all-in and a call for 20 bigs. Ace-deuce off against Queen-Jack. These will chop this one up. Some interesting players at this table that I recognize. The cream always rises to the top. If you're just tuning in, you're looking at the last 2.5 levels of the night. This is day 3 of the €480 Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Jakub Sturba is a name I recognize. Nikolai Makovi, Artem Komarov, Alessandro Pagliuso, Bruce Lee, Igor Brito, Marco Bajic, and Alfred Holzer. All fighting it out at this feature table with 16 players remaining now. So with 16 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,195. Straight for Bruce Lee here, betting 700k on the turn. He will take that one down. Jakub Sturba is a man who needs no introduction, of course. Artem Komarov playing pretty well earlier. Igor Brito, who we were calling Incognito Burrito last night, is still in the mix with a very healthy stack. There's so much chips in play. So a lot of big names still in this field with 16 players remaining, as you would expect. Hope you're all enjoying the show wherever you are tuning in from, live over 10 hours now. Things are getting spicy and pricey. Only 9 can go to the final table. And Igor Brito is going to get paid to the tune of $5.5 million. 30 river card coming out on the Jack 9, 7, 8, 6, 30 if you're Jakub, not so much if you're Igor. Getting out of jail, 3 card. A lot of equity in that pot.
Turn bet, and he would have got rid of Burrito. The jersey. Point.
Marco, who we've seen on stream many times. A lot of good players left. Not sure who's on the outer table. You never know who you're going to see. Marco Vey is going to 3-bet to 1.5 million. It is a bit of a hindsight thing, though, Gift, saying a turn bet, he would have got rid of Burrito. Huge hand. A 5.5 million bet on the river.
The Mount Medic Blood saying big six. There was a big six on the river there, giving him trips. Welcome to the channel. Friend of the team, friend of the stream. All right. So all remaining players at the moment guaranteed a minimum of €4,195 chasing that first prize tomorrow of €102,000. Are some big boy bounties still in play? $90K bounty is still in play. Is that correct? Correct and right.
So Igor Brito. The Kings. Big pay jump incoming to €5,001. You can keep the €1. Just give me the 5 large. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Bruce Lee is going to call in the big. And Brito will take down another pot. Walker says absolutely no idea why they added the extra €1. It's just the way it works out sometimes. So there's no 90k bounty left, no 44k bounty left, no 23k bounty left, no 15k 4.5. There is one of 10 4.5k bounties remaining. We've got some €450 bounties remaining, of course, and some 150 bounties, but we don't want to give you that. See Brito betting 1.1 million. I'm trying to think what the strategy is with 16 players remaining. A lot of big stacks here, 75-minute clock. Nobody wants to bust before the end of the day. Still about 3 hours of poker to come. People asking, are there new tariffs on the bounties? That's pretty funny.
raising with aces. The average stack is 60 big blinds. This will go on for some time yet. So obviously, we are finishing at the end of level 31, whether we reach the final table or not. We'll be getting tired. Final table will be tomorrow, that is correct. Artem with a set of aces here on the ace stack 3-5, and I like that setback. I like it a lot. So Bruce might feel compelled to at least call 1-3, as in case that's Artem on the turn. Ryan Simon calling off. Betting 1.5
million, and because he's checked, Bruce Lee looks like a suspicious customer. That is why you're going to see him get called in 2 spots, turn and river. Artem winning the nice pot. Do you like that one in the chat? You were giving out about how a set of aces was played earlier. That one being played pretty well, in my opinion. And Nikolai, I hope I'm saying that correct. Sounds about correct. How it sounds from my side of the fence and your side is a different story altogether. Bruce Lee's going to call from the cutoff. Queen 8 of diamonds. Bruce Lee's going to call. After losing a chunk of change in the previous hand with Queen 8 of diamonds, flop is King 10-4. Bruce getting grinded down as the blinds have just gone up. So it's 2 more levels tonight from this moment, or from this hand, give or take, depending, weather dependent. Kulai will take that one down. Don't know much about this kid. Probably give him a Hendon. The flag is scary enough, let's be honest, at this stage. Every time you see it, run a mile. I'm a bit surprised that he doesn't have any total live earnings whatsoever. $379. That could be just in this event so far, even though he's way surpassed that now. Obviously, Hendon won't have updated. Marco has a total live earnings of nearly 140,000. $400K is the bet from Artem. Marco calls. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. Marco will have a lot of Queen X in his range, calling from the small blind. So it does go check, check. River is the 6 of hearts. Does complete some straights. If Marco had 8-9, I suppose Artem could have 8-9 suited as well. 5s. Quads always make sense. We can see it's just ace-3 suited. Marco's going to bet 1.2 million. We'll get value from hands like 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe even a hand with a weaker queen, like Queen Jack or Queen 10 to check back the turn. Bucklips asked, which flag were you scared of, Dan? I probably didn't explain that correctly. I've never talked about flags being scared of on this channel, just the Romanian one. They're usually the cream of the crop of the poker players. So hard to beat, so aggressive. But on closer inspection, he is having his first ever live cash. Now, sometimes that can be deceptive and they can be cash game players, etc. Apocalypse says, Apocalypse says, cream of the crop. All right, Macho Man. Macho Man Dan, get it right, mate. Faint B says, if I cash, I don't want it on my hand, so I always be careful. Yeah. Well, I was on about you could have a cash game beast at your table and not know it. Niku is the way his name is on his hand. And the whole point is what a moment it is for any of these players remaining who haven't had a big score. All the remaining players, this will be one of the biggest events of their career, playing for €102,000. Bet a 450 in a call, and Niku has the nuts now and is going to check it deceptively. Alessandro's going to bet 1 million. This will get some Queen X to fold. He also blocks the straight with the jack. Little does he know, the big blind sitting there with the stone cold nuts. The play is to just call. Just go for the raise right here, right now, and we'll take it down. I think I prefer just call. I don't like the raise. Faint B agrees with me, so I must be correct. More gang violence. Kings for Brito. He's running pretty hot so far at this feature. I can't seem to get Jakub Sturba, but I do know that he won 140k. Only a few months ago. So, a few months later, he's in contention to play for a second title. This guy is a force to be reckoned with and one to watch. He would be one of my favorites. I'm not fully sure who's on the other table. But if there was a gun to my head, it's very sad for the King there, by the way. Strong fold by Brito. Good point gift. I thought we might actually see him call one there. Niku deciding to call on the button with the 9-8 offsuit. Alfred has gone all in from the small blind with 8.7 bigs total, and Bruce faced with a decision for his tournament life. I actually think with 18 bigs here, this is going to be too strong, and he does correctly decide to call. I actually might have even just reshoved to get the button out of there, but I suppose on the times that we are being trapped, it looks so strong from Bruce to just call in the big, by the way. I would prefer to rejam. What do you do if the button goes over the top? Fold with the ace-10 and keep yourself 9.9 bigs. Perhaps that's the correct thing to do, considering you're going to be getting trapped for the most part at that point. Lee holds, gets some chips back. What a roller coaster of a day he's having. It's kind of his playing style. It's a very high VPIP. Does say, good luck, guys. Knuckles the table. We are one player closer to the final 9. Rio giving a walk. Wouldn't get used to that. Decade of spades. Jakob Sturba min raising. Jakob says, don't forget, guys, tomorrow is the final day and we'll be starting an hour earlier. Yes, indeed, and that in a big way. 1:30 Central European time. As IQ 3 bets to 1.6 million. Takes it down. I actually think it's fine to 3 bet from there, but against a man of Jakob's caliber, I'd be making it a bit more out of position. Just goes for 3x 3 bet with a little bit of cheese on top. I would make it closer to 4 to 4.5x, especially when we're this deep. You could even go for 5x. We could bet 650 here on the ace king 8. Or says, see you tomorrow. I fall asleep. Apocalypse is going to head off myself. Need to sleep off all that Nepalese food. That Nepalese food looked good, but 2.2 million is the bet from Niku. Yep, Jakob will release. Good night, lads, and thanks a million for all your help. Look at this. Alessandro with aces in the cutoff. Alessandro 3 bets to 1.5. With the Assassins. Question coming in here from the Nuts 501. Great coverage, lad. Just a quick question. Did you ever just think to yourself, some lads are sniffing glue? Hadn't really thought about it. Chaps on tablets. The whole world's gone mad, didn't you know that? Nice to have you with it, the Nuts. Every person picks their poison to some extent or the other. King 9-7 is the flop. Artem Peels with the pocket eights. Niku is going to continue telling a story here with the ace deuce. For that sizing, Artem is going to come along. Turn goes check, check. Artem will be happy to take that one down. Looked like Niku had had enough. He's lost a couple of pots now, but still playing a whop dog of a stack of 116 big blinds. Still your overwhelming chip leader at this feature. Artem with 86 bigs, Jakob with 79, Brito 66, Alessandro Pagliuso with 62, Bruce Lee with 29, and Marco with 24. Frito going to bet 300k here on the 5-3-5 with the ace-4. Lee lets his hand go. Marco with the ladies of the night, win raising, getting 3-bet by Niku, the chip leader at this feature. Difficult spot here for Alessandro. A lot of ICM at play. Pocket 10s, 60 bigs. Interesting to see what way he navigates this one. And I actually think that that's an awesome pass. Definitely fold 8s and 9s. Occasionally call with 10s. Don't think we want to be 4-betting. Marco rips the lot. And Niku is going to get out of the way. Igor raises on the button. Ace-6. Marco flopping a straight here. Igor going for very tiny sizing. Turn is the 9 of spades, and Igor should be pretty much done with this hand. 2 million in the pot now and change. I might go for block. Hard to get called anyway on the double pair board. Probably just wants to check. I'll take it back. Does check. Igor checks back, and the 8-10 will take that one down. Bruce Lee betting 1.2 million on the turn here. He will take that one down. Jakob 3 betting the 2.2 million with the ace deuce suited. Niku with the ace king of hearts. Going to see a 4 bet here the majority of the time. But look how deep they are. 70 bigs for Jakob and counting. And Niku has them. Out chipped considerably. Because they're so deep, he is just going to call. So we see under the gun against the small blind. The flop is Jack 10 for 5.4 million already in the middle. Durba's betting 3 million. And Niku with ace king, but it's not looking too hot anymore. Not the flop he was looking for. That's a big pickup there for the ace deuce of spades on that board. Nice play. Could have seen a lot more chips go in pre on the ace king of hearts, but playing it safe, understandable with 15 players remaining in this monster event. Yes, principal, ace deuce suited 3 bet to 2.2 million, and the ace king of hearts decided to call out of position. Sorry, in position, under the gun against the small blind. We are shorter handed now. Yeah, the small blind 3 bet versus the low jack, basically, yes. Small blind checks, big blind checks. Niku checking now on the 6-3 deuce king jack. Alessandro. 2 pair. Time to go value town. I want to see him bet somewhere around 1.3 mil. 1.25 mil. Niku is so stoic. Great presence at the table. Calm, confident, calculated, and has all the chips. Lee checks from the big blind. Queen 7. Flops a good shot. Jakob. Bets 400k. So we'll be happy to take that one down. Fast approaching 100 big blinds. Jack min raising. Igor calling. Flop is king 7-7, 2 diamonds. Flop goes check, check. Turn is the queen of hearts. Igor is going to check a second time. Adds a pair to his flush draw. 14 players remaining now, which means we're going to have 2 tables of 7. 500k is the bet from Jakob. We see a call. There's the 4 of hearts. Igor checks. Jakob betting 1.2 million. €150 has been pulled. What can you do? Every little helps. Jakob takes down another one and does cross the 100 big blind threshold. Niku with 94 bigs, Artem with 82. Alessandro Pagliuso with 68, Igor Brito with 53, Marco with 37, and Bruce Lee with 23. That's how they're looking with 14 players remaining, 2 tables of 7, 5 eliminations away from the final table. Alessandro takes that one down. We are 5 eliminations away all the time, yes, but remember just how deep the players are. It's incredible. We're going to have a break in 3 hands time and come back for the last level of the night, 75-minute level. What a day it's been. Live for nearly 12 hours now. The average stack still over 50 bigs. Jakob betting 700k here, leading into 2 players. Risky business. Iku's going to call just 1 overcard to his pocket 6s, but it is Bruce Lee who doesn't mess around with cards. This could just be the best time. Yeah, there you go. All in the fella. We've seen them players throughout the day, time and time again, just call there and risk other cards coming off. I just think that that's the superior way to play that hand. The pot's big enough, just take it down, especially with 14 players remaining in such an amazing tournament. €5,001 is the current payout. Next pay jump is to €5,900. Flop goes check, check here. Artem with the best of it on the king, ace, queen, 8 board. So this will be the last hand before the break. Chop it up, the last hand indeed, yes. Ten jack, 9 deuce. Trees, 4-3 suited and 5-4 suited. Jakob taking down another one. We're going on a break before the last level of the night. Okay, folks, if you're with us all day, you've only one more level to go. What a day it's been. Wow, 75 minutes more of action. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Mm. 1200.
Isildur, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
How much you playing?
Turn 9.
I think they're just hoping this goes check, check. I'm curious if Volkic just going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel that your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
The same one.
But, yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's you know, the young Euros don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. If you've got two jacks, you know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Seat open, Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Cabral's gonna get the open seat.
Watching now, I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open and feed the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register.